How's it going, Gary? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, all good. Project's going well. Working today on warehouse. In fact, I might put some text on here if I can figure out how. Text. Whoa. Stick it down here somewhere. Next to my shoulder. I do. Yeah, I'm good. So we haven't got a warehouse yet. So I'm going to work on that. I actually did a bit of it earlier. The loading and the saving. So we actually use PlayFab for saving data at the moment. So we're saving it through our PlayFab provider, loading it as well. We have this model here for our character data. So I added the warehouse datas variable, which loads and saves it to the JSON file up at PlayFab. And then we bring that into our character via our game server manager. So when we load the character, we then bring it in, initialize it on the server, and then we populate our warehouse items here. And I've got this new function called add warehouse item, which actually puts it in. There are a few bits of logic here. We need to make sure we're not going over the size. Actually, there's something I'm trying to figure out here with the way that items work. Items in your inventory, if you're full, it actually drops the overflow onto the map. So the map chunk receives the item at position. We don't really want to do that for the warehouse, but we need to know if the warehouse is full. So I'll just put a note there that says what can I do here, or what to do here. And hi, Papyrus and Full Metal. How's it going? So yeah, I've only just started on the logic. I haven't done any UI elements or anything like that. You probably saw what I was working on recently, which is this dialogue system. So actually it worked with the UI toolkit to build a graph creator for dialogues, or conversations, I suppose you could call it. That's actually a good point. You know, the warehouse, I've actually got a really arbitrary value as my globals. So I put an arbitrary value in there, 500. I actually can't remember how many you could store in the original game. I mean, technically you could have unlimited, but I don't know. It just, I suppose if you had an interface that would lazy load the data so that I don't like pagination. Like I've seen other projects where they've put in pages, like 10 pages, and you flip between the pages and each page has, I don't know, 20 items or something. If it's lazy loading so that they load as you scroll, a bit like how a website does it, really performant and allows for unlimited items, that could work. But I mean, do people really need 200 items? I mean, the only items that really matter that in quantity would be things like stackable items anyway. And stackable items don't really need a limit. You could have unlimited. Well, I mean, for all intents and purposes, unlimited. Obviously, the items are stored. I think it's the quantity stored as an integer, so 32 billion or whatever it is. Yeah, if you guys want to see the game in action, I'll quickly run through it. So, as you know, we are called Helrift now, which I really like that name. It's like Helbrith, but I had to change it. Obviously, these logos and stuff will probably have to change at some point as well, because these are the original game logos. Now yeah. Actually, I was having this conversation yesterday with someone, and I think there's actually too many items in the original game, especially in terms of weapons. The weapons just become obsolete after a little bit of sitting in the pits. You don't use old weapons anymore. They become obsolete. I think all items should be usable, but in different situations and different playstyles. So you're one of those Elvine dogs, are you? No, I actually like the Elven symbol over the Ares symbol. The Ares symbol is asymmetrical, so it just causes all sorts of problems when I'm texturing. But anyway, so we log in. This server's actually running locally. So the server's actually, it's not running as headless UI, so it looks a bit janky at the moment. This is the server. It basically runs in the background. You can see there, it's still got the fishnet logo there that's the toolkit I'm using for networking. But it gives me some helpful information, logs and things. There's a log file as well. It logs to. That will run headless on a server or Docker container at some point in the future. When we did the playtest, it ran on an Azure VM, and I'll probably do the same for the next playtest as well. So you've probably seen a lot of this in the media posts that I've been putting up. But you can create characters. You can actually change the shape of stuff and customize your character a lot more now, if you want to max it out and make it look really ugly or whatever. Got a male character, got various haircuts, which I modelled a long time ago because I made these models actually for an old game that I worked on, which was a sort of space adventure RPG, because I was a big fan of Mass Effect. But I've sort of brought them over here now, and I think they work quite well, adding beards and whatever. But I think the reason why I'm trying to make it as customizable as possible is because that's where the engagement's going to come from. No, I'm not going to run this for free, so I'd like to give people options, cosmetics and things that they can purchase and make their character look better. I don't want it to be pay to win, so that was a big thing for me, making sure that customization was in there. Maybe adding new facial hair or hairstyles that are premium, etc. Actually, weight's a big problem. So the way the 3D models work is it's got like they've got shape keys. So the shape keys have a min max option for where, say, the cheekbone height would be or the size, and I've only got that on the face features. And the bigger problem is that you'd have to apply all those shape keys to the armor as well. So hey, listen, HB, got to teach me a lesson. But yeah, the other, I've not seen this guy's videos. I usually look at Fish Turd and a few other random people I find on YouTube, but I'll check your videos out at some point. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason why it can't be done in the future. It's just a big task to do now, and it would take days because I'd have to apply all those shape keys to all the armors, if I had all the weapons, the way that the arms are held. If you think about how the animations work, the arms would have to go outwards. If you made a big belly, the belly's going to clip into your arms holding your sword and shield. Yeah, there's just a lot to think about if I do that, but I do want to do that. Height as well, because at the moment you can see how similar all the characters look as you sort of go through all the characters. I just clicked on one by accident. So making it as allowing you to look different and things, yeah, that'd be good. Oh, it's raining right now, so yeah, literally the rain just started there, as you can see on the server. So that tells all the clients to start the rain. Yeah, so I'm actually, where am I? I'm in Aries at the moment. So one of the things I worked on recently was the ability to go into buildings. So I tried to keep the same design. I'm not a good 3D modeler or design or texturer by any means, but I've tried to make them look similar to how the OG buildings looked. And it sort of drops a bunch of the models as you walk in. I'm aware this isn't very scalable. Like at some point, the population, it'd be a good problem to have if there's a big population on the server on the game. There's not enough room for lots of people in these buildings. So I'll need to think about that in the future. But at the moment, I like how this works. We can go in and out, and the dialogue system that I was showing recently is now implemented. So we can click on these guys. And this is the blacksmith. So you can see here, they have two options, buy and sell, and they perform actions when you click on those. So we can buy, and that will go over to the shop. And then sell, I don't think does anything because I haven't got a sell option yet. We can go up here. I haven't got a mini-map either. I need to do the mini-map. But I know where the stuff is, obviously, because I built it. But we can go up here to the City Hall. So this is how the City Hall looks at the moment. It's not as detailed as I want it if you compare it to the OG, which I can probably bring up over here. Which I think is tiles. What are these? Oh, this is the one I'll be working on this week, which I'll probably stream me building this in Blender. Actually, don't know which one it is. Oh, here we go. So this is how the original one works and how I based the 3D model on. You can see there we've got the side entrance, the front. Yeah, so I tried to keep it as similar as possible. We can go inside as well, and a lot more space in here, so you can fit way more people. If you look at the original game, if you recall the original game, they've got the big round table in the middle. I want that to be interactable, because this is something that I came up with in a conversation recently. I want the players to be able to see the whole map and see where the contested map chunks are. So as you know, I've separated all the areas into map chunks. They load in and out as you move between them, so that it's basically an open world now. And when there's a high population of Aries or Elf within those map chunks, those chunks will become more contested, and then it will increase your rewards you get when you go and fight there, especially if you're the underdog, right? So I want this table in the middle to have a big like battle map where you can choose where to go and fight your PvP battles. I think would be really engaging for the players, and especially for the underdog, because a big problem obviously is the balance between the towns, right? So having some sort of reward or some sort of advantage if you're the underdog and you go and fight in a highly contested area would be a good challenge, and B, it's bragging rights. You know, you can brag to the enemy team, look, I've just taken out 2 of your guys, even though you had 10 and I only had 2, you know, something like that. But that's going to be a staple of the game. one big problem with the original game is that there wasn't much in the map that was interactable. I think, like, I've seen Olympia. Olympia has these chests that you find, and you can interact with those chests. And I want more. I want to be able to interact with things. That's why we added fishing. That's why I want to add wood cutting, things like that, to interact with the trees, interact with the sea. I'll show you fishing in a minute. Yeah, so the City Hall guys over here. One of the things that I added yesterday was on the option nodes, we can add conditions. So these are very arbitrary. They're just keys within the code. So if I'm a traveller, is traveller is true, that's a condition for this option to be available. Because I don't meet that, I'm actually a combatant. That grays it out. Yeah, so if I come in as a traveller, that option is available and I can request citizenship and become a combatant in either town. Let's go over to Traveller Zone. So there's a bit of a transition nightmare between when we teleport somewhere. It puts my character on that position first and then loads the map chunks. It realizes that chunk isn't loaded yet. I need to figure out a way of doing that. I don't want to fade to black or something like that. It sort of defeats the object of it being an open, persistent world. The problem is I'm teleporting all the way across the map, so yeah, I've got to figure out how to deal with that. By the way, if you want to see the map chunks loading and unloading, you can see it here. So you can see here I've loaded that single chunk. No other map is loaded. So this is the Traveller Zone. If you saw my map that I posted a while ago, I made it in paint. In fact, I can probably show it. Just find it. Yep, here's my artistic skills. So this chunk is this one down here. This is where the Traveller Zone is, down in this bottom left-hand corner. Look, don't even start. I'm not very good at art at all. I could, when I do the warehouse, you'll see how bad at art I am because I just slap on pre-made textures. But yeah, bottom left-hand corner. This is the Traveller Zone, or Traveller Island. It's now called. And where I was just now was Ares City, and then we've got Elvine City up there, which is more of a elevated area. There's going to be a lot more mountainous, a lot more rock. And then the only other biome really is the Icebound. Jappy actually contacted me a couple of weeks ago. He's in my Discord. Message him if you like. But funnily enough, Kingo actually contacted me recently and said that he was interested in getting involved. So we'll see. Maybe Jappy wants to get involved again. If you remember, he made the Slime King, which I want to recreate. But yeah, so you can see there, true to paint, it looks a little bit better in game than it does in paint. I even put a bit of green up here that goes on to the rest of the map chunks. So I've got things like if you go behind trees, it will fade the trees out. Well, if you go near trees, it's not perfect though, because some of the taller trees you can see here, I'm slightly out of bounds. So I need to move that trigger behind the direction of behind the tree, but in the direction of the camera. So I need to do some maths there. It's a bit choppy when it runs in. Maybe it's because of OBS, but yeah, it's a bit choppy. Yeah, so the Traveller Zone has a blacksmith as well, but because I'm Ares, it actually forces me out. I'm not a traveller, and that belongs to the Traveller faction. So I need to TP back. We do have some pits around here. So we've got a slime pit. So I made this 3D slime model myself. Pretty basic. We can fight. It is a little bit choppy at the moment. I don't really know why. But yeah, so we've got some basic combat. We got some spells that we can do. I haven't got all of them. Just take a while to make. You've probably seen Blizz, so we can Blizzard. Turn the sound on. Know if it's too much. So I'm actually using my hotkeys at the moment. You can see I've got my hotkeys. So I think the first one's mana recovery. I think that's heal. That's Blizz. The third one. 4 is invis, so I can go invisible as well. Actually, I think that the NPCs can still see me invisible. I need to code that. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, Gary, actually, that is something I want to play with, like details. So I have some basic graphics settings here at the moment. So for example, I go to very low mode and it makes everything look like crap. You know, it's lowering the textures is the easiest way to relieve the GPU of too much work. So the graphics quality, these are the built-in, this is built into Unity. So if I go into Unity, I can see what things it actually turns off. But I do want to have other stuff. Like I had this conversation the other day about blood. I don't remember Helrift having blood originally. I remember if I looked through the original sprite files, I'll probably find the animation. There was a blood animation, but I don't think it was ever used. Mr. Sargit will be playing in low detail. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? One of my aims is to make sure that people who could play the original game can still play this. It will be a stretch for some people, I have to admit. It's still 3D versus 2D. But if I can give enough options to lower the details without compromising, I don't know, gameplay stuff. Like I'm thinking of like, if you look there, you can see I'm leaving footprints behind. I don't want to disable footprints necessarily because they're obviously useful for detecting invisible people. So as long as they don't affect the gameplay, I think that's fine. But if we can have, disable trees or lower the tree quality, these trees are 3D. So if I change them to be 2D billboards at low detail mode, they won't look as good, but they won't be affected by PBR materials and the lighting, but they would still look the same and be a bit more performant. 4K. 4K is a stretch for most games. It's just the GPU. You need a good GPU for 4K. But I mean, I guess people really want 4K. That's something I could think about in the future. Yeah, the sounds are good. I like the sounds. The only difference you'll notice is the movement of the character is slightly different. It moves. It doesn't go. The original game, the character's little legs moved like a million miles an hour. This is a bit more realistic, and the footprints happen when the foot hits the ground. So the movement feels slower in a way, but I think that's a compromise that's worth making. We do have peace mode, like using tab. You can see it changes down here, this little icon. So tabbing between peace mode and attack mode, or whatever you call it. You come out of peace mode if you cast spells. We do have some other spells here. Again, some weird issues. Don't know what that's about. something to do with render graph. So render graph is actually something new in Unity 6 that I enabled to do with improving performance of batching, and it seems to be throwing an error for some reason. It stopped me from being able to load any dialogues. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we have some other skill. We've got Berserk, which makes you look like this. Kind of a simple shader there. We have Meteor Strike. I don't think this has any sounds, but also I'm not happy with the effect. It looks alright as it comes down, but when it hits the ground, it doesn't look very impactful. Yeah, Luxter, actually, Diablo is a big influence for me. And Project Zomboid as well. So like a 3D movement in a 2D world, although obviously the terrain is 3D now as well. We do have protection spells, but they don't have any proper effects at the moment, so they just do that star effect. Same with Paralyze. So Paralyze works, but it's just got a really basic effect that I've done so far. It's not. It needs some work. But when I launch the playtest, people will be playing without. They'll be playing with all the PvP spells, but not necessarily effects because they just take too long to do. Yeah, we have like detect, energy bolt, recall, etc. Great food. Although there is no hunger system in the game at the moment. I haven't thought too hard about hunger because hunger didn't really do anything. So in terms of targeting, there's an allowance of where you target, but it's within the same sort of confines as the original game. The original game was tile based, and I consider one tile to be one unit within my game. So the character stands within one unit, and spells use that unit of measurement. So if you're not aware, in game engines you don't really have things like meters, kilometers, feet, inches. The numbers are very arbitrary. So if I have a position of 1 and a position of 2, it's really the perspective matters, or the context matters. Your scales might be bigger or larger. So if you wanted to have proper meters, you have to scale your stuff correctly for those positions to work. So I've scaled the characters so that a 1x1 position is 1 scale. Makes it easier for me. So if I casted, well, let's do Paralyze. So if I cast it here, it shouldn't get me. If I cast here, it shouldn't get me. If I cast slightly closer, the 1x1 Paralyze overlaps with my 1x1 character position, so it does get me there. So that might be too much. And it's tweakable if I need to. The point is, I've got those scales and the measuring stick to a point where it just needs fine tuning. So Luxter, they're not tiles. It's a 3D map now. I've got to wait to get out of Paralyze. So if I look at myself in the editor here, where am I? So you can see here there is a bit of a dip here from the character down to the waterline. So there's height in the game as well now. I'll show you a bit of height in a second. I've got a mountain over there. It kind of looks like tiles. These are, if you kept track of what I was saying on the media section, this is actually the OG sprites that I've just ripped out and used a shader so that they blend nicely rather than look tiled. So if I paint a texture, you can see here these are the original sprites that I used. Pulled out of the sprite files. Can I get there? Yeah. Don't know if I can open them up bigger. You can see that these are the original sprites. But anyway, so we have some other features we've got here. Inventory. We can equip and unequip items. We've got our various capes and things. We do have a informational panel that comes up when you hover items. You can drag these items over to the bar as well, so that I can press 8 to swap over to my magic stick. One thing that I really like at the moment is fishing. So we've got this fishing rod, and it's got a bit of physics on it because I like it flapping around in the wind. And then we sort of cast it out using the same attack button, so you can force ground or right click it on water. I added those sound effects myself, I got them royalty free. And then you sort of wait. This can take some time, but I'm hoping that when I flesh out that skill a bit more, the higher your skill level, the quicker it is to fish. And yeah, each of these fish are individual. They don't stack because they have their own weight. Yeah, I mean, thing is, RuneScape. I used to play RuneScape. I loved it back in the day. The aim was to make sure that the skills were baked into to how you control your character. If you compare that to the original game, all you did was you loaded up like a dialog box, and you clicked the button, and it just swirls around, and then it's a success or failed. Whereas I wanted it to work by using some sort of tool and interacting with the environment, making it more dynamic. The other good thing about that as well is that water, that body of water, I can configure it to have certain fish. So say we had a highly contested area like Middleland or Icebound, we could make a certain body of water have rarer fish that are used in higher alchemy or sell for more on the market. And you can only get those fish from those spots, and they'll be contested. That will increase engagement in PvP in those areas. Yeah, well, I don't know what RuneScape is like now, but RuneScape back in the day was 2D. I played what is now called old school RuneScape. It was just 2D sprites on a 2D background. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's tile based in that there is an arbitrary positioning system. So my character sits within a 1x1 grid. You can call that a 1x1 meter or 1x1 centimeter. It doesn't really matter. And Paralyze also is effective within a 1.1 grid of where you clicked it. But technically, I'm not moving from position 1 to position 2. If I look at the inspector of my character, you can see that it's a floating point number, and I can move in between the 1x1s. I need to go back to ultra high because that blurriness on the terrain was winding me up. There are collisions as well. A lot of the collisions happen locally, especially with environment. So if I try to walk into these boxes, I can't. It doesn't go oof to say that I've hit into something. I might add that later, but at the moment it will just try and keep walking into it. Same with things like this, and same with buildings. But I can also mark things as walkable areas, so that, because if I walk over here, the water is not a walkable area, so I'm going to get stopped by the water. The water sits on top of the terrain. The terrain is lower than the water, so even though there's terrain there, the water's going to stop me. If I need to go over water, I can create a bridge, and then that bridge becomes walkable, so I can walk over the bridge like this. And if I want to role play, I can fish from the bridge if I like. Yeah, juice box. So if you think about a tile system, you would sort of be moving. You would have tiles like this. In OG, you'd have to be in that tile for the para to affect you. In my version, it's 3D, so even though my character works in a 1x1 tile, I can actually move between the 1x1s. If I cast it here, it would get me because I'm within this partly within this tile. I mean, the easiest way to think about it is it's a radius from my point. The place that I click is a 1x1 radius. Now, it might be that that's not great. Maybe it doesn't work. But it can definitely be tweaked. It might be that we could add to that functionality and do something like, if you're the further away you are from the center point of the radius of the paracast, the lower the chance of you getting parried. Maybe it lowers the hit probability or something. Yeah, I mean, try not to think about it as tiles. It wouldn't be scaling down the tiles, it would just be reducing the radius of the para. That's definitely one option if it's too much. But that's something that I want to find out in the playtest, really. The playtest is going to show us what PvP is like. Show some of the 3D models that I made. So I've made barrels. A lot of this stuff is from the OG game. So if I look at tiles, I think it's the first one actually, 223. Yeah, so I copied a lot of it, so you can see there I've got the barrels. I tried to make them look very similar as much as I could. And these fences, some stuff is new, like I made this thing here. And as I was saying earlier, I want things to be interactable. I want you to be able to interact with this. Maybe it will say something this way to Ares City, whatever. For height, here's an example of height. So this area is higher than the mainland. So I'm actually above at the moment, but the camera goes up with me, keeps the same distance. I need to play with this. It's not fully implemented, as you can see. I can just go up at the side of the mountain, but I need to play with this because if I go here, or in some areas, I can actually hide myself, which, I mean, that might be a good tactic. It might be a good thing to implement in the modern version. Maybe allowing people to hide is a good way to ambush people and pick people off. As you can see, we do have we do have some additional NPCs here. This is one I made a while ago. You can hear all the sounds that they make as well. Something I wanted to do with these is add an animation where they fall into pieces like the original game, but that proved to be quite difficult, so I didn't bother for now. Do I have... I'm going to show the battle staffs as well. Oh, one thing you can see that I could showcase here is the offhand. So mages in Helrift are going to have offhands as well, and not just use shields. So this is like a book that the character holds, and I created the animation so that it moves the arm into position, so it looks like it's holding the book. But these things can have some unique stats like mana save, increased damage. This is, for example, Spellbook of Water, increases water damage or ice damage, and gives mana save 5%, something like that. So this would be a good way to buff a mage in the early game, rather than them sitting in the pits and being. Big problem is that they're not very competitive until they've got the, Circle 9, Circle 10 skills. So buffing them early on I think is a good way to keep the overall output of damage at the end game lower, and bring it more into the middle so that you're competitive from about 75% of max level, something like that. I need to figure out the numbers. What else can I show here? I've got some long grass. Something that I really wanted to add was, actually this is similar. It's not super long grass, but billboard, grass, and flowers. Just makes the map more dynamic. But I've got some long grass over here as well. I actually put slimers in this pit before, and you couldn't see the slimes. The grass was too long. But it opens up a lot more options as well. Sort of sways in the wind there. It's all built into Unity, so it's not a problem. Just have to paint it on the map. We can go over to Irvine as well, which has hardly anything in it, just a blacksmith and a city hall. City hall is the same model, it's just that I've got different textures for the flags and things. You see they sway in the wind a little bit. Use the Unity cloth animation feature for that. It's really easy, just apply it. I get teleported out because I'm not elf, I'm Aries. Anything else to show? Yeah, we've got the chat feature there. I haven't got. I could log in another character and chat, but I won't bother for now. So what I'm working on this week is making sure that there's a working warehouse system. I'm going to be working on a 3D model, so I'll make the 3D model, probably make that on stream. I'll texture it on the stream, I'll put it into the game on stream. I'll make sure that the components that cause it to drop the front when you go inside, that is all set up. I'll build the NPC, I'll build an NPC dialogue script for it using my graph thing that I made. And yeah, hopefully that'll be done by the end of this week. It's not really anything to do with PvP, but I think it's a good thing to get done early on. Get it out of the way, populate the cities a bit more, because it will have a new building that you can interact with. Yeah, there's other things I could do as well. This is a very empty area. It'd be nice to have bookshelves, and obviously I want that big table in the middle. Maybe some other desks and things. Maybe other NPCs. I could add other NPCs in there. As you can see, these NPCs are humans, so they use the same human model. They can wear the same sort of equipment as well, but they can have some unique stuff. For example, the blacksmith has an apron on, so I made that apron specifically for the blacksmith because I want the NPCs to look unique, so they're easy to spot. There's a blacksmith. Here it's. You can see there the blacksmith's got an apron on. Texture's not great, but it's a unique item. I can't buy that item. It's unique to the blacksmith. But they could have unique shoulder pads, or I don't know, unique armor, unique hair. Give them personality so you can eventually interact with them, get quests from them, and you remember these people, and they become canon to the lore. That's a long way away. So a lot in the first playtest, a lot of it was working with the basics, moving around, making sure that it was performant, making sure that all the actions that I perform, the other clients can see. Let's see a juice box. Last thing I'm just going to show is the map chunk loading. So as I approach -1, -2, -1, 0, you'll see the map chunk load. So that will load in and out. So because I've approached it, it's actually loaded it in. It's then, I've now moved into Middleland and it's transferred me. Now this happens on the server and updates all the clients that I have moved into the new chunk. However, the clients with Fishnet actually work with distance. They don't care about what chunks are loaded, which means that I can see people in other chunks. And it allows me to also target them in other chunks, because if I wanted to fight someone who's standing here versus here, I need to be able to see that person moving around and para them or send a blizzard on top of them. So one of the last things I did when I was working on map chunk loading was making sure that if I cast a spell, each shard that falls from blizzard, it checks which chunk it's in, that it falls in, so it knows if it's hitting a player within another chunk or not. So yeah, lots of stuff like that happens in the background that I don't really talk about, but it takes a while for me to figure out and make sure it works. Taking on the whole open world thing was a bit of a daunting task, but I think it works really well. It means that if we have hold on. Oh, this is Paint, not Paint.net. If we have the map that I showed you earlier, we can just keep expanding it. There's a 5x5 chunks at the moment. If we get popular, which is a nice headache to have, we have become 10x10 chunks, because we can just keep adding more chunks on the edge. Hi Denny, how you doing? Yeah, and as I move away from the edge of areas, you'll see it fade out as well. Yeah, so areas has now disappeared because I can't see it in view anymore. That saves any, memory issues and processing on those chunks that I don't need to be aware of anymore. And as I approach it again, it loads it back in. And this all works smoothly on the server as well. I spent a lot of time making sure. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just going through a lot of things that I worked on, just catching people up, and then I'll be working on the warehouse. Yeah. So yeah, that's how the open world works. As you can see, Middleland doesn't really have anything at the moment. And this is actually Middleland Centre. There's 3 Middlelands. Because I think Middleland needs to be quite an extensive area. And I'm thinking in the future, what would be nice in one area of the Middleland is to have a swamp biome or something. That would open up some interesting ideas with slowing movement in a swamp. You can use that to your advantage, or it might be a disadvantage depending on how you play. And unique items that are unique to that biome as well. A lot of the areas in the OG all look the same, in my opinion. That's why I wanted Elvine to be more mountainous, areas to be more flat land and grass and flowers and whatever. Middleland could have various biomes. We obviously have Icebound, which is its own biome. I haven't even thought about how I do snow yet, but that will come eventually. Yeah. Yeah, recall. Sort of recall back to Ares. Yeah, and there we go. One thing that we have here that wasn't in the original game was being able to go back to character select easily. It's very, very easy. You go to the menu, click character select, it's out pretty much instantly, which I really like. Being able to switch between characters really quickly, I think is good. I just have to think about people who pull the plug. If you've surrounded them, they pull the plug. The character needs to be stayed logged in. Just need to think about that. Yeah, I've got a bunch of items in the game as well. Capes, robes. Yeah, Denny, I probably will need to be honest. It's a shame because I like the logos. I like the Elf and Ares logos, but I might need to. I know that. I mean, it's the copyright thing that's the big problem for me. Steam. I don't know how Steam has allowed. Is it Nemesis? Nemesis, isn't it? I don't know how Steam has allowed Nemesis. But what's to say that? Is it Farjat? Guy who runs Nemesis. What's to say that he doesn't come along and say this guy has stolen my IP? Because he's already on Steam. From Steam's perspective, it's his IP. So, yeah, it's a bit of a headache that I've got to think about. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, that's the game. You can have 4 characters like the original game. You have various items like the original game, like things that I've been building the 3D models for, like barbarian hammers, battle hammers, the various swords, great sword, gladius, light axe, wooden shield, laggy shield, yeah, tunics. What's up, Shadow? I've got nothing to show. It's just flat there. Sorry. Yep, so that teleported me back to Elf because I'm not a traveller. And, oh, here's an issue. Found a bug, guys. So it's saying drop meshes of building interiors not been assigned. I've broken the Elf City Hall. So the way this works is that we have this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Unity, but it's an ECS. So you create these behaviors or objects that you apply to your different game objects within the world. We have this mono behavior called building interior, and we have a trigger which is basically the interior mesh. So if I walk inside, it triggers some sort of code, and what it does is it drops the meshes that I put in here. And these are basically all the front meshes. Yeah, pretty much, Kirikou. I'm actually between jobs at the moment. I was made redundant a few months ago, so I'm looking for new work anyway. But I'm trying to keep myself productive while I'm doing a bunch of interviews and stuff for a new job. But trying to keep myself productive rather than just sitting watching TV all day or playing games. So I'm trying to build this properly. So for all intents and purposes, it is full time. It's not a 9 to 5 because I'm like doing things like renovating the rooms and stuff in the house. I'm just going to quickly check out this bug before we move on to the warehouse stuff. So for some reason, the drop meshes weren't assigned. So we have this prefab where we have the base city hall, Yeah, yeah. Don't play games, make them. I enjoy it. Do you know what's funny? When we did the first playtest, who was I playing with? Was it Solid? Yeah, we were playing one Saturday. Me and Solid. We just stood in the slime pit. Bearing in mind, I made this game. I had a lot of fun just sitting there chatting with Solid, talking about the mechanics and stuff, and just fighting slimes, seeing what dropped. Because I've got a drop system in there now, so it will drop like a sword or an axe or a shield with stats. So I actually enjoyed playing my own game, and I think that's a good sign for a developer. Yeah, and in terms of working fast, I'm not. I mean, look at the state of my beard. I'm not. I'm not looking after myself as much as I should, but I'm trying to do as much as possible while I've got the time to do it. Yeah, Shadow, we actually just had that conversation. The thing is, I don't think anyone's going to come after the original copyright. The problem is, Farja has somehow got Helrift Nemesis up, and as far as Steam's concerned, it probably, as far as it, yeah, it's probably, they probably think it's his. So what's to say Farja doesn't send a copyright claim? There's a couple of angles you can look at it, actually. Like, Hellrift is a derivative of Hellbreath. In a lot of games, especially indie games, they're considered clones of A star games, if you like. Like if you like one of my favorite streamers is a guy who plays horror games all the time, and a lot of the games are, Resident Evil 2 clone or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how it works, Denny, but I suspect that if he made a copyright claim, he would have the backing of Steam, because as far as Steam is concerned, that's the only Hellbreath on there, or the only game with that stuff. Parody game, yeah. I mean, actually, parodies still have some rules they have to go by, as far as I'm aware. It's the logo. It's things like the elf flag, Ares flag. Those icons are Hellbreath, basically. All the other stuff is all made by me. Like even the Blizzard effect. I made those shards. I textured those shards. But again, if you that may not be enough. If you look at what's happening with Power World, I mean, technically they made all of that stuff, but the way that the game plays is very similar to Pokemon, so they get absolutely shafted by Nintendo. Mm, yeah, yeah. I mean, there is a copyright out there. Um, whether or not it's enforced doesn't matter. I think I need to take precautions to avoid any of that issue. At the end of the day, this should become a business for me, really. This is why I wanted. This is what I've been saying. I don't want to be like a private server. Private servers just run by some guy in their basement. I want to run this as a proper game and bring in new players who love this style of game. Yeah, Scott. Yeah, they're pretty bad. They're pretty hot on it. What's up, Mr. Sour Git? So yeah, I mean, I've set myself up so that it's not going to be as much of an issue. Like these flags, I'll show you. Let me just show you quickly. So I use Substance Painter to texture all of my stuff because it basically just makes things look nice for me, even if I've modeled them really badly. Oh, we've got an update. Very nice. Let me just find the flagpoles. Objects. So as you can see, I've been doing a lot of art. Banner? Yeah, banner. So this is the object in the 3D texturing software. You can see the various PBR materials and stuff. And so when I exported the textures out for the game, I created one for Ares, one for Elvine. And this logo here, it works a bit like if you're familiar with Photoshop. It works very similar where you've got these layers, then you have these masks. And I have this mask here, which has a alpha fill. So I can literally just turn it off or replace it with something else. So I could replace it with text if I wanted to, or some other logo. Maybe I commissioned someone to create a new logo for one for each town, and then I just replace all of my textures with that logo. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, if you think about some other indie developers, who am I thinking of? You've got SimCity, and then you've got City Skylines. Basically the same thing. Actually, City Skylines was made in Unity, I believe. Success story. Yeah, so the tools that I'm using allows me to make the change if I need to make the change. I think I will make the change sooner rather than later. It would be a shame. I like these logos, and it's a nice callback to the original game, but I don't think I can take the chance, especially when it goes up on Steam. Yeah, so that's a bit of the functionality. What I'm trying to do tonight is the warehouse. So if you guys want to see something, let me know and I can show you it. But for now, I will get into the code. I might do the UI, but I need to really do the code for the warehouse. Well, actually, the UI is very tightly bound to the warehouse. And the reason for that is a technical one. We're using Fishnet, which is similar to Mirror in Unity. Yeah, Shadow. You use like Unreal or something? It's funny how I'm using Unity when I originally did Hellbreath, it was in C++. But yeah, Fishnet, we have this sync var. So the way sync var works, this object, this character object, which derives from the owner, which is a abstract class, is deriving from network behavior. What that means is this object will load on both the server and the client. And what the sync var does is if I make a change on one side, it will update the other without me having to write any RPC code or anything like that. It does it automatically, all built in within the framework. Yeah, Godot. I've heard some good things about Godot. It's really come a long way. Yeah, Shadow. I think that's it's a myth to me. Like I've spent 15 years doing development in a corporate environment, and the most important thing for 15 years is to get the project delivered. Doesn't matter what tool the better the tool that does the job is the tool you use. There is overhead, yeah. There's going to be overhead on anything, but unless you're targeting low-end systems, I don't think it really matters. Yeah, so the good thing about sync files is that we can set up permissions. So this gives us server authority. For example, this is a bad example. Let's go to the derived class. The inventory can only be written by the server. Obviously, we don't want the client to be able to write to the inventory because they can manipulate the data. And the read permission is the owner only, because obviously the owner of this network object, i.e. you, the player, is the only one who should be able to see your inventory. No other observer should be able to see that. So permissions are baked into sync files as well, which is really massive time save for me. Yeah, I don't know, Shadow. It can be hit and miss. A-Star Studios have got their own issues where they're just churning out the same crap over and over, but it's predictable. It's a business for them. And then you get on the other end of the scale, you have these indie asset flips. But you get in that middle sweet spot. They're still using Unreal or Unity, and Godot now is getting more popular. Even things like RPG Maker and stuff are still used. But yeah, I'm not really a sycophant for any engine or any tool, just whatever does the job. I think the reason I chose Unity really was because I've been using C# for 18 years. Yeah, I mean there's political issues around that as well, but I won't get into that. Used to have a heart. I enjoy indie games more these days, to be honest. Reddit is wham. Thanks, I guess. Anyway, so my first consideration was, where does the warehouse sit? The warehouse sits on the owner, but it doesn't need to be a sync var. What I think I'm going to do with the warehouse is actually use RPC and just load it on demand. I don't need it to be constantly syncing to the server. It only needs to come down when I ask it to come down. And it's just unnecessary data transmission. Yeah, Dominic, I agree. Unless it's like a highly streamable game. But I would also say that indie isn't always what you think it is. It's not a single guy like me sitting here building a game. It's teams, 10, 15 sometimes. Yes, after that first consideration, I decided to just store the warehouse on the owner as a standard list of items. It doesn't need to be synced, so I need to write the RPC to actually transfer that data down to the client so the client's aware of what's in the warehouse. Also, I think I will paginate this so that actually it won't be paginated like page 1, page 2, page 3. It will be lazy loaded like a website. So you see the first, I don't know, 5 rows of items, and as you scroll down, it loads more. That will hopefully reduce the amount of data being transferred, make it feel more dynamic on the client, and allow for larger or a higher ceiling of max item count. At the moment, it's at 500. Yeah, I do play games. I've gone back to RimWorld recently. I've got thousands of hours in that. Um, I do gaming nights with my friends. So we're playing Green Hill. No, the Forest. Played Green Hill. Playing the Forest. Also playing. Can't even remember the name. The dwarf mining game. DRG. Dwarf. I don't know what it's called. You know what I mean. So we have our game server manager, which loads the character from our game data provider. So the game data provider is an interface for whatever provider we're using. Originally, I had a JSON data provider, which I had just local JSON files. Then I moved it over to PlayFab, so I had to create a data provider for that and an authentication service because the authentication works slightly different. So the data provider pulls the data down from PlayFab through my API key. Deep Rock Galactic, that's the one. I kind of just tag along in that game. They just carry me. It's not a super interesting game for me. It's kind of satisfying, some of the drilling, but not my type of game, really. And then so when the data is loaded, we get the chunk config. So the map's cut up in chunks. We have to get the right chunk so we know where to put the player. Yada, yada, yada. Actually, yeah, so we set the game session character data here. And then when we load the character, we init on the server. And we load all of our stuff, like our hair colors and all that cool stuff. And we load our warehouse. So now we have all of the warehouse items in our array. And this is what the item looks like. So this isn't the full item config. This is just the item that you have. We don't need to know the maximum endurance because that's done in the config. We only need to know the current endurance and other things like that. The quality of it, because that's determined when it drops. If it's got a skin, so for example, the cape has a skin for Ares and Elvine hero capes. The quantity, things like that. And this is the same item that's used on your inventory as well. Yeah, League frustrates the hell out of me. I haven't played it for 6 months. And then before that, I took a break of another year. Yeah, I just get to a point where it just frustrates the hell out of me and I rage. So now we've got to think about how we load the warehouse. And I think actually I'm going to dip into the UI. About 4 months, Dominic. Yeah, it's about 4 months. The progress I've made, a lot of it is down to the projects I worked on before. There's a lot of systems that I've built in Unity in previous projects that I brought over, like the character creator, the 3D models for the character, the textures. It's just Helrift related stuff I had to make. And also things like the open world system. Yeah. Do you not like it, Sanjay? I don't know. I actually don't like it anymore. This this UI pack I bought is called Demonic UI on the asset store, and it really doesn't fit anymore. I do like that it's dynamic. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but it's actually a dynamic scene. So like you see the flags waving in the wind and you see the grass moving. I don't know. The more I look at stuff, the more I hate it, and the more I want to change it. But I know I've got to wait until other systems are built first. But as you go through the character selector and the character creator, it keeps the same background. Not got that wow factor. Well, I don't know. I could have some special effects. I really like Valheim's login screen or character select screen, where your character's sitting around a fire. It's dark. The fire light is flickering. The characters are lit up by as the fire flickers. No, don't get me wrong. I like feedback. I have an idea of how I want things to be. You just have to take all of this with a bit of a pinch of salt for now, because it will change. It will get better. The textures will get better. The models will get better. But I need to build all the systems first. But like a Korean MMO, you press one button and there's just a massive explosion and there's fireworks and. I like the simplicity of the original Helrift game. I like that the graphics are very simple, the effects are very simple. I have obviously introduced particle effects. I'll quickly show you that actually. The battle staffs. Give item fire battle staff, I think. Yeah. So for example, the battle staffs have these particle effects that I don't have the strength to use it, of course not. Oh, and it is. I think it's intelligence and strength. Try that. Yeah, there we go. So we got some particle effects around the staffs. They sort of move with you, so it creates like a trail. So I want to introduce effects, but just subtle effects. Yeah, I'm with you, Kirikou. You go in, like some modern games, you go in there and you can't see what the hell. Even League of Legends is getting like that. There's so much stuff on the screen, you can't actually see what you're doing. Granted, that's going to be this game eventually. Helrift is naturally a large-scale MMO. Well, small-scale MMO, but the battles are very large because you can only fit a finite amount of people on the screen at once. What tends to happen is you get everyone doing Blizzard and ESW, and yeah, it can get a bit messy. And I think keeping that simplicity like the original game would be a good idea. But anyway, so let's look at the next part of the warehouse. I think what I'll do is I'll go over to the UI here and just copy the inventory. Makes it nice and easy. I'm just going to move over to my client scene. The scenes are broken out. We've got the server scene, which handles server operations. That runs on the server side. Client deals with the client operations, and the main menu is where you jump to and from when you're logging in or changing character. Yeah, there is. I'm using the built-in Unity ones, and on the settings page, I'm going to show you in a bit. In fact, I can show you here. Game menu. Yep. So we have at the moment we have screen mode, which will be windowed or full screen. Resolution is a bunch of resolutions, whatever's available on your graphics card. Graphics quality is this list from here. Which I can define what is being shown and what's not being shown, the quality of various things like reflections, lighting, shadows, and yeah, the very low detail. It's not even worth playing at that point because the textures go to such a low resolution. It's just a blur. There's the anti-alien option as well. If you want anti-aliasing option as well, which you can lower the anti-aliasing quality, turn it off, or you can use a different one like TSA. That way you can improve, like the TSA would obviously give that sort of motion blur effect if you like that, and you can lower it or turn it off to improve your FPS. And then you've got vertical sync there in case you're having screen tearing. Max, I'm going to ban you for that. Well, Unity is on Mac, to be fair. But anyway. Yeah, so I'm going to go on to the warehouse interface. The way that the UI system works, I've got this UI manager up here and a list of dialog boxes. I don't like this word. This is what they called it in the original sources. I didn't mind it up until 2 days ago when I introduced the dialogue system, as in conversation dialogue. So I've now got two different types of dialogues. But anyway, there are stackable dialogues and non-stackable. The only one that's non-stackable currently is the game menu. And we've got the stackable ones like character, inventory, chat, level up, blah, 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 blah. And they're stackable, which means that you can put one in front of the other and move them around on the screen as well. Inventory here is what we're going to base the warehouse off of. So I think the easiest way is us to just copy it. I'm going to break the prefab because it's going to be a brand new prefab. This warehouse. And we'll need a new object. We'll need a new mono behavior here for that, which will work very similar to this, but not exactly the same. I think this dialog currently pulls from the sync variable, which doesn't really work for the warehouse anymore. We're not using sync vars. But the actual design of it is pretty much the same. What we'll do is probably just change this text to warehouse. One thing that I haven't got yet is a way to do the localization. Eventually, obviously, this would be some sort of variable like and then that would pull out the English word, the Spanish word, whatever. Because we do want to hit those Spanish players, big Spanish contingency playing Helrift still. And I hear a lot of Chinese as well, Koreans. So localizing this game is important for me as well. Now we've got this item panel, which is going to stay the same. This is the one that pops up when you hover over an item. I need to make sure that that is triggered by my new mono behavior. I probably do want to make this a bit wider though, probably. this over to 800. Canadians, do they speak a different language over there? We're thinking French. But yeah, once the system's in place, it's just a case of then translating all the words. But there's so many areas that I've got to work on. Even the dialogue system needs to have localization. Wherever it's gone. Dialogues, yeah. So this dialogue graph that I created this week has text in it, like message at the top of option, or the actual options themselves, which say cell. It would have to be something like dialogue under the cell that would translate to Spanish or whatever. So I need to do it everywhere. Most are high. Okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, we'll get there. It's only me working on this project, so just take some time. So yeah, warehouse. We need a new dialogue mono behavior, and I've chosen this as the format for all dialogues, just so it's easier to find. And we're just going to open the inventory one as well, because I'm going to use this as a reference because the way it works is very similar. And let's just find the one we created, because Unity doesn't allow you to put it into a folder when you create it, so I need to move it first. And because I've moved it, it then has to recompile. Certain things in Unity I don't like. At least it didn't say missing mono behavior this time. So we have inventory and we have warehouse, which are going to work very similarly. We do have the item grid. We've got the item prefab as well, because they're reusable components. Grid layout group needs the UI namespace. We'll use that. And the item dialog, we've got that as well. Again, that's a reusable component. This actually derives from dialog base. There are a few things that we need to bring over from dialog base. One of them is this override. Now, the reason for this is because we need to know what type of dialog it is when we are stacking them, and if I want to call it from an NPC dialog, for example. So we have a special type called warehouse that we use here. We override that. We also have register and just register. Yeah, I think it's just register, open and close. Now, the way register works is register is called at the start when you get into the client scene, not in the main menu scene, but when you open the client scene, it registers certain things, like you can register events like this. So it only happens once, but it happens after your character is loaded, so that it doesn't cause any problems with the order in which things have to load. And a good example of that is the inventory, because we want to make sure that the data is loaded for the inventory before we do anything. Right? No point in trying to load it before the character loads into the scene. Now, warehouse doesn't really need to register it because we're not using sync vars. We're loading the warehouse when we ask the NPC for the warehouse items. So we're not going to do anything here. I'll keep it here in case I change my mind on that. We also have this override for open, which on the inventory, if I click the I button on my keyboard and it loads inventory, it then makes a call to refresh inventory. The base will do setting the game object to active and bringing the dialog to front. So that happens on all stackable dialogues, which is why this is overridden. So I want to do something similar to this, I think. So the way I want this to work, how many can we fit here? Let's set these up actually. So the item grid is there, the item prefab is this one, and the item dialog is here. So we can now remove that. So if I'm going to add a few of these into the grid. I'll just do that. Oh, what's that? Oh, I'm done. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. Why can't we fit 7? I think 8 would be a good number, so I think I need to increase the width. That's pretty on topic, to be honest. The way when I remade Helrift the first time, when I did it with the XNA project, the C# XNA project, I had an inventory system and a trading system where you sold all of your items to the shop. The shop would retain those items and sell them back to other players. And I made a calculation that would calculate the value of higher end items, like your ancient Flambergs and stuff like that, would actually give you hundreds of thousands, but then the shop would sell it back to other players for double the price. It meant you can rotate the items through the economy. The main issue with that is obviously making gold useful. So I have plans to make gold useful, because that should be what people are looking to use to improve their skills, or buy things within the game, buy cosmetics. I have thought about auction house as well. I like the idea of buy and sell orders that other players can fulfill even if you're offline. Let's see, we got 6, 7, 8. 8 is a good number, right? We just hide this thing. So we use a grid layout here with basically flexible adding of items, so that once you hit your constraint, it then goes down to the next line, nice and easy. There are probably other better ways of doing it, but this will do for now. Let's get this. This looks to be about 870, isn't it? And then this will have to come over to 870. Probably need to implement some sort of UI scaling at some point, because you basically can't see any of your screen now, but let's just get this working. So we have the basics set up. Now we need to figure out the lazy loading stuff. Now this is going to take some thinking, because we need to know where the scroll bar is. Well, let's just get some items working first, and then get the lazy loading working. But I need a reference to the character first of all. Because when this dialogue is loaded, it could eventually load more. So I can't keep calling this from outside. I need to have access to the character here. So let's create this function, refresh warehouse. So we need to clear the items first. To destroy all the children. So that clears the grid. This isn't a very good way of doing it, by the way, depending on what we're doing. Creating and destroying items repeatedly is a bit of a performance issue, but I think the rate that we're doing it won't be much of an issue. Another way would be object pooling, but I'm not going to implement that at this point. So now we need to know, so we need to get the character reference into this mono behavior somehow. So we have this open. So we could do something like load warehouse, which will be called from the dialog system. So we can say this.character equals character. Alternatively, we can do it like this. When we register, we can say that the character is, so I'm using singletons for certain things. There's a singleton called game session manager, which has access to the current session. And that current session is actually a network behavior that gets loaded when you connect to the server. That way I have access to everything network related through one singleton. One thing in the session is the character object. So it has awareness of which character that is loaded in the scene belongs to me. I am the owner of that character. So we can, when we register it, because we only need to know that once, we can just register it during the register function. So I think I'll do it that way. So we now have access to the character at all times with this dialog. So now we can get all the items from the collection. So I created it earlier, it's called warehouse. So we've got all the items there. And then we can basically do the same as what we've done over here, which is do a few checks. And if there is an item in that slot, set the item or create the inventory item object and set the item, which looks a bit like this. It basically just sets the image, the text, sets things to enabled. If they've got quantity, set that quantity text to enabled. That's basically a reusable component. So to be honest, I will just copy that entire thing. Oh, actually, I'm using a for loop rather than a for each loop here. The reason for that, in the inventory at least, is because you can leave blank slots in the inventory. Now, do we want to do that for the warehouse? Probably not a Kinger. Oh, this one, you mean? I was worried I left something dodgy open then. Yeah, my old sprite editor, SPR editor. Didn't you make this icon 15 years ago? I'm just going to copy this over because I know it works. The only difference is that we've got a separate warehouse count global, which is 500 items. What I mentioned earlier was technically that could be unlimited if we did something like lazy loading. Right, so this is going to load, this is going to instantiate a bunch of UI inventory items, which is my prefab up here. No, it's not. It's actually, yeah, see, here's the problem, and this is why a for each loop would be better. So the way the inventory works is we want to load all the items. Say you've got 10 items out of 50, it's going to load all 10 items, and then it's going to load another 40 blank items, which is this clear item here. We don't really want that for the warehouse. We just want to load what's there. We don't really want to load 10 items, then 490 blank items. It would just be pointless. So I think a for loop is going to be better here. So for each in character.warehouse, we're going to do, yeah, so see in the, I've actually pulled the objects in the inventory. So all the objects are already instantiated. And I'm just overwriting them. But here I probably want to just instantiate new ones. So we're going to call it item UI equals instantiate item prefab. And it's the item grid, I think. Transform. So that creates the new item UI. And if it's correct, actually, because this is, it's not game object, I can cast it straight to that, which means I can then do item UI.set item and item. So the item being the actual object that stores the data for that item, and then set item is the one that goes and sets text box and the background image and stuff like that. So that does that. Not very performant for now, but I think this will do. What I need to now do is just jump over to PlayFab, which is where we're storing the data, and give myself an item, because I've got no way of adding items there myself through the game until we build that functionality. So if I go to, I guess this one's mine. If I go to my civilian character, I go to my data, it's stored, as you can see, it's stored as a JSON string. And I'm going to put in, let's just put a wooden staff in. In fact, I'll move it in there because I don't want to create a new unique ID. So this is just me imitating putting an item in the warehouse, storing it in there, so that when I go into the game, I can see that. Now, there's a few things I need to do to get the warehouse to show. First of all, I need to register that new UI into the UI manager so that it gets affected by the stacking mechanics. So I'm going to move this over here like this. So that's now going to load into the game. I'm also going to create this as a prefab because it's easier to edit from the prefab folder, especially if I'm not on the same scene as the dialog stack. No, why is that doing that? That's weird. Okay, so that's a prefab now. So we've registered that in there. I think that's about it. One other thing I probably want to do is register the events for this. Now the events get registered at the start. As I say, the inventory system instantiate all the objects, 50 objects at the start, and registers the events here. But technically, yeah, this isn't going to work for the warehouse because we're actually instantiating it when we refresh the inventory. So I need to register these events when we create the item. Again, not very performant, but just to get it working. Let's just start with this. I'm going to have to declare an index because I'm in a for each loop, not a for loop. And we need these events. So what these events do is just handle the item hover. So that item box here on the right is what that third variable is that we set earlier, that reusable component. And those events are triggered by me hovering over it from within this object. One other thing that I did do in the inventory is that if at any point it refreshed, it did hide that box, just in case something changed with the layout of the items. Otherwise, it would just look a bit odd, that float in there. So, all right. Now, last thing we need to do is just have a place to load this. We don't have a warehouse yet. We don't have a warehouse keeper. So I'm just going to add it to one of the existing keepers, or one of the existing NPCs, using the dialogue system. This one, no, not this one, settings, dialogues. I think McGuffin can have it. And so there's a bit of a dodgy thing here that I haven't really coded yet, but when I do the options, I can't rename them unless I do it from the inspector. Which is a pain because all it is just a bunch of data. Am I going mad? Yeah, it's down here. So I'm going to call this warehouse. Qtex is warehouse, isn't it? Yeah, actually, yeah, that doesn't matter actually. And then we have this other option up here, and we want a action node. Another dodgy thing that I haven't fixed yet is it always appears up in the top left. Put that in there, and then this action node is going to say open dialog box. And if you remember the dialog type that I set up before called dialog type.warehouse, that's how it knows which one to use. And it's as easy as that. I haven't done any hard coding to get that warehouse to load. I don't think I've changed anything that's going to affect the server, so I don't need to rebuild that. So let's try it. Let's find McGuffin. Should have chosen a character that had a bit more stamina. No Anish. Free to play. There'll be premium features, but no pay to win. So because our dialog system set up, we got our warehouse, and there you can see we have our warehouse loading. Now the item's not showing that we put in because we haven't actually sent the data down to the client. The warehouse isn't synchronized automatically because I didn't think it was necessary. So next step is to get the data into this dialog box, or just onto the character on the client side. So this will take some server work. So first thing, we need to request the data. The client needs to know that it's requesting data from the warehouse. This is where we're going to do our pagination. Yeah, Anish, I'm very surprised that you found this stream because it's part of a community of people who like the game Hellbreath. Yeah, you're welcome to keep track and ask questions if you're not aware of the game or the original game, why I'm making this game and things. Feel free to ask. The other thing I need to know is, or I need to fix, is the fact that I can't close the dialogue with the close button. So I obviously didn't hook that up to the dialogue base, but I can close it by moving away from the NPC, which is great. That all works. So I don't need to go back to that scene because I set it as a prefab. If I go to the dialogues, warehouse dialogue, just open it in scene view. Let's go to 2D mode. And then we've got our close button here, which is on, it's already on there, which is great, but it's obviously not hooked up here yet. So, yep, simple as that. And the other thing we want to enable here is can mouse close, which means that if I right click, it will close the dialogue. So there are certain instances where dialogues shouldn't be closed by right click, but in this case I think warehouse is a good one for that to be enabled on. Okay, so data character. So we've registered the warehouse, that's all client side. And we refresh the warehouse, which is called by open. Now, open doesn't have any data operations or any operations that go against the server. So we need to figure out where we want to do that. Now, this happens in the UI manager, where we toggle the dialog for the warehouse. Now, it could be that we put this into the UI manager. I don't like that it's coupled in here. I feel like maybe we do it all within here, make the data request from here. It's probably the best way. So let's create a request. I like to keep them near the bottom of the class. So let's go, here's probably a good place next to request use item because it's to do with items. A server RPC, which is basically saying from the client, hey, I want some data from the server. So we're going to say request warehouse items. So this is where we could do pagination as well and lazy loading. So we could say, and the typical way of doing that is page size, yeah, and then keep track of the current page on the client side. Something like that. But anyway, so let's say that we'll just ignore these for now. We're just going to pull all of the data just for testing. So we need to notify the client that we've received the data. So we're going to have a target RPC. So this is the data going back to the client. And I like to prefix these with notify, similar to the original game code. So we request the data and then we notify the character. And because it's all within this network behavior, all of this happens in the same class, the same block of code, nice and neat. So we're going to notify warehouse items. And we probably want to send it down a list. I think that's really the only way, or an array. I guess the list is fine for now. So the data we want from the server, ignoring the pagination for now, we're just going to return or notify. I don't know how many times I'm going to spell warehouse wrong. We're just going to send everything. Then what we can do when we open is gather the data here. So we can say character, it's not public, is it? Yeah, so the warehouse is a storage. This doesn't matter for now. Yeah, so the warehouse is storage, and I'm not synchronizing the data from the client to the server automatically. So I'm creating RPC commands so that I can manually trigger it. To make sure I can implement some sort of lazy loading, because the warehouse can be quite a lot of items. Well, that's really the only reason. Performance, basically. Now, the problem here that we've got is that when we make the request, this is a data request up to the server, there might be a delay coming down, so refreshing it straight away is probably not a good idea. Shared storage. Yeah, I mean, so this warehouse is just for an individual player. Some Helrift private servers implemented guild storage, which is shared, and Unity Fishnet, if you're familiar with it, it would be basically changing it from target RPC to observers RPC so that multiple observers could see it. Yeah, but in this instance, it's just one user. I actually forgot something here, which is when we use target RPC, we have to pass the connection in so we know who we're targeting. As we are the owner of this object, I can just say base.owner. Yeah, I don't think the original game had guild storage though, did it, Sanjay? I know a few private servers do. Yeah, so anyway, there can be a delay when we call the request warehouse items, so we might have to create some sort of action here that says when the data comes back, then we refresh the warehouse. There's a couple of ways we can do that. Either we can do it in here, which I have a singleton to get the dialog, which is UI dialogs warehouse, dialog type warehouse, and then we can do refresh warehouse once I've made it public. So something like this. And we have to do it this way because there is a delay between the server and the client. So we have to wait for the data to come down through the RPCs and then refresh the warehouse. If we did it here, it would probably try and refresh the warehouse before the data arrives. Yeah, I mean, yeah, back then guilds were pretty useless. They didn't really do much apart from be a place for people to chat together. It'd be nice to expand on that. Guild fights, guild battles, arena style battles. I know Olympia has some like guild teleport stuff that was a bit overpowered by the sounds of it, but there's options to improve it, including a shared warehouse. But that would be part of the guild system, which I haven't even started yet. But for the character, the warehouse is an individual character safe house for their items. So if you're not aware, Anish, this is a PvP focused game, which when you die, you drop items. So storing things in your warehouse is locking them away safely. So we request the data from the server. The target RPC will trigger when the data comes back to the client. We then have this quick method to access the warehouse. Might be good to check if this dialog is still open at this point to save that refresh, but for testing purposes this is fine. This is going to refresh it, so this should actually work in theory. We don't need to do any processing here. The only thing, I mean, you could do something like if warehouse is null, just do some standard checks. If warehouse dot count smaller than 1, return. We don't want to do any network operations if there's no items there. There's no point. I think there's loads of stuff we can do there. We had some other checks here, didn't we? I think this was just checking if things were active, and actually this is a good one. This is what I sort of mentioned just now, checking that it's active before actually trying to refresh anything and wasting time, wasting processing power. The item grid's not available, return. If the UI manager isn't available, return. Okay, that should work. Now I have to refresh the game server executable because the game server has new code. Let's build that. Shouldn't take long. Actually building it with the client scenes in just for speed saves me having to click and unclick them. I don't use that mirror software for Unity. If compiling gets long, longer than a few minutes, then maybe I'll start doing that, but for now it's fine. So we can see our server has loaded here, and now I can connect to it. Let's see if our warehouse works with that one item that I manually put in. Civilian. Okay, so we have a few issues here. First of all, it thinks there's 8 items. Second of all, it's loading the item layout. Yeah, it's quite complex, Dominic. It took me a while to get my head around it, but I've got a good system for it now. As you saw, they're adding the server-side and client-side code for requesting and then processing data is quite straightforward. So you make the request, then you send the data down. The thing that's more complicated is the flow of the data, making sure things are done in the right order, accounting for the fact that there is going to be latency and that sort of thing. So we have no items for some reason. Now, because this isn't a sync var, I think I have access to the array here. Look. Yeah, warehouse. So my data didn't come down from the server. I did do it on civilian, didn't I? Yeah, it's on civilian. Double check that data's still there. Oh, you know what I've done? I have broken it somehow because I don't have that staff anymore. Let me create it again. Staff. Alright. Go back to character select and then I'll fit all the data again. We'll get that wooden staff and stick it in the warehouse. It might be that I lost it when I first loaded it. Also, I'm a bit concerned that it's loading 8 panels rather than just 1. Actually, I know why that is, because we've got 8 dummy panels and it doesn't clear it if there's no items. That's something to consider. Yeah, so if I go to the prefab, so these 8 dummy panels, they actually I only added them for testing, but the clear item grid doesn't actually happen if certain conditions aren't met. So I think the easiest way is just to delete those, because that's going to confuse me if that happens again. And because it's a prefab, it will automatically update without me having to reload. So this should work a little bit better now. Okay, so we have no items. So for some reason, we have no items. Now if I come out to character select, that should save my game. And then we'll see if that wooden staff has disappeared again. Because it's obviously not loading. So yeah, so it's disappeared again. In fact, it's in my items. Did I not save it? Maybe I didn't save it. Update, save. Okay. So it's gone. Yeah, so obviously it didn't save it the first time, but this time, so it doesn't load my items, it doesn't save my items for some reason. I think we have to make sure we're loading and saving correctly. So let's come over to the data provider. Yeah, Dominic, I am going to implement as many as possible. My favorites were the arenas, the team arena, where it would give you your colored team clothes, and the capture the flag. I really like those systems. I like the archer traps, battle staffs. Battle staffs already in. I will be expanding on the archer class quite a lot though. Archers will get their own TLC. I'm looking at having things like companions, skills for warriors and archers, things like that. The arenas, the arenas were a bit of a hit back then, but the problem is everyone spent their time in the arena rather than PvPing because it was a safe way to get points. So I just got to be careful with that. So load character data. Right, load character data. So you make our request up to playfab. We deserialize the objects into the character data. I forgot to do this, didn't I? I didn't. No, I got warehouse there. We load the warehouse. That's fine. Actually, that's fine. We load the warehouse there. We update the values here. Save character data. Should serialize it back fine as well. Okay, well, let's debug it from the server side first. So go to initialize server. So we clear the warehouse. If warehouse has been loaded from playfab, which should be true, item data warehouse, add warehouse item, which then adds it to the warehouse list. Yeah. So can I? barracks. I used to be a barracks raider back in HP International. I used to love it, but if you think about how underutilized a lot of the map was, you basically run around an empty space with a bunch of dummies everywhere. And it made no sense. You had this, there's a certain size of building on the map, and you go in there and it's huge inside. It's like the TARDIS. Right, data warehouse. Well, we want to check that there is the warehouse data being loaded. We want to check count. It's enumerable. I've got to do that. I was having the conversation yesterday, Dominic, about how we can implement some sort of scaling for the different levels. I mean, one of the problems, if you look at Olympia or any other private server, the biggest problem they have is that the items are what makes you powerful. You get 3 stats per level. You apply those 3 stats and you don't feel any different. You don't feel stronger when you apply stats. The only time you feel stronger is when you have enough stats to wield a certain new weapon. So I wanted to make stats more impactful when you leveled up, have fewer items or fewer item options as you progress. And with all of those options, they're still usable when you're higher level. So, for example, single-handed weapons can be dual wielded. And then playing as a shield warrior would still be impactful, possibly with like a paladin style build, something like that. But yeah, back in the day, I used to do the barracks raiding. I used to have my ancient Rep 7 short sword and all that. It was a nice way to play. But the point I was trying to make was that I wanted to make different areas of the game not limited by level, but allow anyone to play in there, but it scales back your protections and your offensive capability. So maybe Promised Land, rather than being limited to level 120, it might just lower the PA cap and increase the PA floor so that players on both ends of the spectrum are pulled towards a median point of PA and MA and MR and DR. So I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but it was something that I think might be quite interesting to try out and balance PvP a bit better. Anyway, let's debug this. I need to build a client because I'm going to debug the server. Oh, actually, no, I don't need to. I can just build it again because I can see those debug logs come up in the log. I'm going to need to put that item back, aren't I? I think this time I'm just going to put the bread in the warehouse. Be easier. There you go. We have bread in the warehouse. So let's load the character and see what happens. So the reason I have to put the debugging on the server side is because the client has no awareness of the warehouse when you first load, unlike the inventory, which is always synced down to the client. So let's have a look. So true and 1, which means the warehouse is populated from PlayFab and there's 1 item in the warehouse. So the server has it. So why then, when I save, am I losing the item? First of all. Character data. So this gets loaded from the game server manager when we save the character. Before that, we actually update the values. But I checked this before, and this was fine, wasn't it? Yeah. So for each item in the warehouse. Oh, this is a copy and paste error. That's why the wooden staff moved. Yeah, this is a copy and paste problem. Nice and simple. So this should fix the problem with saving it. Why doesn't it pull it down to the client? Let me just double check that before I rebuild. The warehouse now. Yeah, these should return false. Then we notify. We notify the owner of the warehouse items. The items then come down. Oh, of course. So, yeah, so the reason for this is because the client doesn't actually have the warehouse items in its collection at this point. So I actually need to say warehouse equals items. Now this might actually change to warehouse.add items because we want to append them if we're using pagination. But for the test, let's just set the items. Yeah, so that populates the client side with those items. Unlike the sync var, which does it automatically, I have to actually do this operation manually because we're using RPC, and then we refresh the warehouse. So that should now work. Yeah, I've heard a lot of negative things about Olympia. I mean, they're doing something right. So I'll give that to them. But yeah, the pay to win factor is a bit of an issue. Not really much you can do about that, to be honest. Kaika. I mean, there you had like back in the day, games like RuneScape used to moderate that. They used to, go onto eBay and start taking listings down and stuff. But it's just impossible to do. I don't. It'd be nice for this game to become that popular, but I don't think it will. I don't think it'll be an issue. Okay, so server's loaded. Check this warehouse is working now. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. So our warehouse is now loading. We have the data coming down from the server and loading. You saw a slight delay when you loaded the dialog, which is expected because we don't have the data before we actually load the dialog. And that's an acceptable delay. That's fine with me. So now we just got to add some functionality. You can see there because I had these pre-made panels, and we hooked up those events that the hover over event is working and it's loading the correct data. So one thing we probably want to do is be able to drag an item into the warehouse. Right. So at the moment it just ignores the warehouse and it just drops it to the floor. So let's implement that, I guess. I actually can't remember where the dragging feature is. It might just be on the inventory item. On end drag, yeah, so on end drag. So I haven't implemented this very well. Could probably do with its own function, but who is ever going to read this code apart from me? Famous last words, I guess. So let's add another case. So I've got this function that I created, which checks via the UI manager which dialog my mouse is on, and this is happening on end drag. So I can easily say if we're on the UI dialogs warehouse, and we can get a reference to that as well. So if dropped item on warehouse dialog, then we can do something. Yeah, Dominic, I think that's what I heard. Like the pay, it seems like to me, and I'm not trying to like slate Olympia. This is just what I've heard. The coins aren't necessarily pay to win, but the way they're being used, the players have found a way to make it pay to win, if that makes sense. Like town changes to get an advantage, that sort of thing. I want to introduce mechanics. It'd be nice now that we've got an open world to possibly have a premium option where you get access to other areas, something like that. I have to be careful that that doesn't become pay to win, because if you get access to areas that are either safer or have access to better items, that could be considered pay to win. So I've just got to worry about that. Yeah, pre-made panels, everything that I make is practically reusable. Sometimes I do skip corners, but I try to keep good coding standards where I can. The OG game had basically all the code in one class, which is quite funny. Anyway, so we want to make a request to the server at this point, similar to what we're doing here for request swap items. Request swap items moves items between slots within the same inventory. We probably want something called request move item to warehouse, and we probably need another request to go the other way as well. So let's use our singleton, get the instance, access our current session, which is our networked object, which has access to our character, and we'll create request move item to warehouse. And then we can say index of the item, which we don't really need actually. We only need the ID of the item, don't we? So let's pass in the item, I think. Because we're not swapping slots necessarily, we don't need to know the index of the slot, we just can pass the item in. So let's create a new RPC over here. This is public because it's accessed from the other function. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's an indirect way to scale. Yeah, they get a lot of players, Kinger. I think they're the biggest server, aren't they, apart from possibly Argentina and the Korean one? Yeah, they got a lot of players. It'd be nice to get those players. Not really my aim. My aim is to create a game that is similar to Hellbreath that everyone can enjoy. If they want to play Olympia, play Olympia. I mean, that's understandable from Clariff. She needs money to keep the server going. It's not cheap. So we got the reference to the item from here. Which, yeah, so we're passing the item in. Now, technically, we don't need anything to do with the item apart from the unique ID. So we want to get the inventory item. So we can use link here. So where the unique ID is the same as that. If the inventory item is not equal to null. This unique ID, by the way, is the one that we store on the server so that we can prevent duplicate items. Yeah, it's that. I mean, it's the heart of the game, and it's the large-scale PvP fights. Crusade being one of them. That's what I want to replicate. So we're going to request move item to the warehouse. The item is what? So we need to remove the item. How do I pull the item out? I think we do this somewhere, don't we? Drop item, possibly. Oh yeah, of course, because it's a reference, we can just remove the item after. So we can move the item after, which would be inventory item, and then just get the quantity of that same item. That's going to remove that item, but we need to add it first. So add warehouse item, inventory item. Yeah, I think it's the same for a lot of Helrift players, Kaika. I do have plans to add a lot of PvE content, but I am aware that most people, at least old school players, aren't interested really. The PvE content, like I've spoken about wood cutting and the fishing feature I made. It's more for newer players. Yeah, there are a lot of AFK people, even in Olympia, I've heard. They just play for those big fights, which is fine. Hellbreath's not really had any content to fill the gaps with, especially when you have everything you need. So we're going to add the item, we're going to remove the item. I think remove item already notifies, yeah, so it's a sync var, so we just say dirty on the inventory and that refreshes the inventory. So we don't actually have to notify about the inventory, but we do have to notify about the warehouse. So I'm actually going to just use this same notification. This might get a bit more complicated in the future because we are going to paginate it, but for now this actually just works. Specifically just like the PvE content. Well, actually, I kind of like that. If you mean that there is PvE content that forces like a contest. For example, Middleland Mines has the rocks that you mine, and if you go there, you have to be on your guard, or you have to have people with you because there are going to be people hunting you. I mean, we could do a bit of both. So I can show you in a minute if you haven't seen it, but I can show you the fishing. You can fish anywhere that there is water, and I can see lots of people lined up fishing, just chatting, you know, doing PvE, role playing, whatever they want to do. But also they could go into more contested areas and fish for rarer fish. So it's not forced. It's only forced in the respect that if you want the higher end fish, you have to go into contested areas. Okay, so in theory that should work. That should work. Should then remove the item, dirty the inventory, which automatically updates the inventory. So the other one is the opposite direction. So public void crest move item to inventory, item, and then warehouse item is the warehouse.first.default. Fill it out from again. Nope. And if that's not null, we need to add item, warehouse item. We do need to notify the warehouse again, because again that isn't automatically synced. Oh. Plays to log out. Yeah, I can see that. If there's nothing else to do, just log out. Depends what I want out of it, really. Do I want players logged in all the time? I actually don't mind. But the goal for me really is to have PV to be something that is engaging and fun to do. PV in the original game, it was just crap. We have more control over the map now. I think that's the main thing. It's open world, but we still have control over raid times, automatically recalling back players to their town and things. But we have to be careful not to make everything safe. The high-end loot and the high-end resource gathering should happen in contested areas. Otherwise, people just won't play PvP anymore because they've got everything they need in the safe areas. So the last thing I need to do is create a new function to remove the warehouse item, which is essentially the same as the inventory version. Except that there's no override for it because it's only for the character. The owner applies to NPCs as well, and NPCs have inventories but they don't have warehouses. And also we don't do this, and we don't do we just don't dirty anything because it's not a single R, it's just a standard list. And then we remove it, that's fine, because after we remove it, we then notify it afterwards. That's right. Yeah, let's see how that goes. Let's build it again. Shared, I don't remember shared garden. What do you mean by shared? Did I have one like sacred garden or something? I don't know. Can't remember. one thing I forgot we have to do, which actually complicates things a bit. I'll do that in a sec. So we're open the warehouse, open the inventory, drag an item in. There we go. So we can drag items to the warehouse now. Let's just log out, log back in, make sure the saving is working. Yep, looks good. And no duplication. Perfect. So now we want to be able to drag it back, which can't happen at the moment because the reusable panel, which is draggable, this one, has no context of the source UI component. It just assumes it's from the inventory, which is why you saw things moving about like that. So let's have a look at that. So it's this one. So this element is used by both the inventory and the warehouse. I think it's used in other places as well, possibly on the hotbar. And so the UI inventory item has no awareness of the source dialog that the dragging started to happen. I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe Kinga knows. But Promised Land was one of them. It was Middle Land and Promised Land. I had both of those. Promised Land had the Eternal Dragon on it. So this is where things get a bit complicated because the inventory item, I don't want to create a new UI warehouse item because they do the same things and it would be copying code, but there's no context about this, where this inventory item is sitting in the dialog stack. Apparently there was a shared garden between the two cities in Helrift World. I can't remember it. Maybe you don't remember it either. Maybe Chappie. Don't know. So how do we do this then? Maybe we have a reference to the source dialog, possibly, and then based on the source dialog we have different options when we do the dragging. I think that might be the best way. I don't like that, but it might be the best way. So we could use dialog base because this is, yeah, we can use dialog base. They're both derived from dialog base. Janky? You call him Helrift World Janky? I feel very offended. Hell claws. Yeah, these. Boom. Hell claws. Doing the YMCA there. Purple. Close enough. Yeah, so when we set the item here, we actually have to set the dialog as well, which is why I don't really like this. Maybe we pass it in on set item. That way it can never get forgotten. Yeah, let's private. We'll pass it into set item. That way it always has to be set. So this element can't actually exist without a source. We just have to update it here. Sorry. We just pass this in because we're loading it from within a dialog base anyway. Same with this one. Creative but questionable. Yeah, I mean, you inspired me, Kinga. You were my inspiration. When Underlord went down, I set up Helrift Rebirth. I loved it. I loved collecting the ball points. I can't remember. 15 years, a decade and a half ago. Too long. Okay, so now that we have a handle on which dialogue we're doing, we probably need to create a new function for each one, I guess. Drop inventory item. Because what we can do here is if the source dialog is URI inventory, if source dialog is dialogs warehouse, do drop inventory item. And we have functions for each source dialog. Shame that it has to be hard coded, but I can't think of any other way to do it, to be honest. The good thing here is that we can copy a lot of this. So if we drop an item on the hotbar, we actually don't want this. We can't have an item on the hotbar that isn't in the inventory. Doesn't make any sense. That actually adds another issue to consider. If I move the item to the warehouse and it's on the hotbar, is it going to get removed? I think it does. I'll have to check that. Can we drop items on the floor straight from warehouse? I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So the only one we need to do is if we drop it on the inventory, which we have that function already, which is request move item to inventory. And we don't do that anymore, we just do this item. And it just adds it to the bottom of the stack. Drop. Yeah. Although, on drop item, I think, doesn't work for warehouse, does it? Or hide item. Wait, how does that work? I can't even remember now. How does it actually tell the server to drop the item? Oh. Ugh, that means I probably need another function for this. Or no, I mean, let's keep the same function changes that we did before. Drop item, drop warehouse item. Now I've actually got, this is like a intermediate function. Well, I did this before, but so another server call. Can't drop items if we're dead. And then we drop item. Why is this on the motor? This shouldn't be on the motor. Let's move it. I don't like this. There's no reason for it to be there. So in this case, we just move the where. Oh, actually, we can do this, to be honest. The only difference is instead of adding the item, we want to drop it on the floor. So map champ add item at position. Just get the position of this character. And we drop the item. Oh, sorry, drop the warehouse item. Then we remove it from the warehouse. Then we notify the warehouse items. Yeah, that works. To be public, of course. Good. Let's see how that goes. I have to rebuild the server. So this should allow me to drag items from the inventory to the warehouse, from the warehouse to the inventory, and also drop items straight from the warehouse as well. Hopefully. Oh. Oh, this was, yeah, I don't need that anymore. I might actually move that one. Drop item doesn't need to be on the motor because it doesn't do anything there. Pickup's fine because pickup actually causes animation to occur, but yeah. Okay, server's loaded. Let's get in the game and have a look. There we go. I just see something weird there. One second, let me just go back. Why does his beard look so weird there? Something's off. This is my perfectionism creeping in. Clipping. His beard is clipping. Game's ruined. Okay, warehouse, inventory, drag that over. That works. That works. That works. That works. That didn't work. Oh, it did work. It didn't make a sound though. Why's that? That makes a sound. That doesn't make a sound. That's weird. Drop warehouse item causes this. Add item at position. I think it's supposed to notify. No. Oh no, that just spawns the object. Oh, maybe that's why I put it on the motor. Quest drop item. Owner.drop item. Notify item dropped. Yeah. Notify item dropped causes the sound to occur. So I need that as well. It's a derived class, but it can't be private, so it's got to be protected, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, that just says if it's gold. It makes a gold drop sound rather than a regular drop sound. Let's just double check that. I actually need for that little change to build the server again. So yeah, that's warehouse. Kind of just works. Now we can add features to it. We can do the pagination. I feel like making the warehouse 3D model, to be honest. Double check this works. I might double check that beard as well. That's actually wound me up. There we go. Sound is all good. Might be good to have a sound when it transfers over as well. Maybe. Oops. That sound might be good when we move items. That's fine for now. Let me just check this beard. What's wrong with it? Oh, they got no eyes, by the way. Right. It's positioned directly in the center, but somehow it's uneven on one side. Oh. I did not noticed this before. Let's check Blender. Maybe I've messed up the size of it or something. Oh, demonetized. They have no genitalia, it's fine. Beards. This is where the magic happens, guys. What's happened here, though? Oh. Rest position. What? Slightly off, isn't it? That. How did that happen? Well, they're all off. That one's perfect. Wow, I did not notice that. Alright. How do we do this? It's attached to the head bone, I think. It's attached to the head bone. Although, does that matter? Why is the pivot point that high? Because it's not, yeah, it's not a skinned renderer, so it doesn't. Let's try it. Jesus. Beard one. Jeez. So that's going to put it in a really bad position now, floating. The offset. Oh no, but of course, because it's on the head. If I set the, where's the bone, head bone? That doesn't really work though, does it? How did I have the pivot point up there before? Maybe I'll just get the one that works. I'll see. You can see I'm non-expert in Blender, can't you? Right. Still doesn't seem right. I think I'll leave this for now and tweak it later. It's so unimportant. Right, does anyone know the name of the warehouse guy. Let's have a look. The old trusty configs from the original game. So we had McGaffin, Perry, Devlin, Gandalf, Howard. Could be Howard. William Kennedy, Gale. Gale? Could be Gale. Though maybe that was the newer building, whatever it was called. Let's have a look at Aries warehouse map data. There's Howard. It's Howard. That's a good idea. Let's have a look at the sprite. Howard. This is the guy. He's holding. What's he holding? Do I need to give him a special item? He has to have special clothes as well, doesn't he? Well, we can do that later, maybe tomorrow. But let's set up a new NPC. So the way that I do this is I have these settings, human. I will rename these guys at some point, but we've got Tom and William, but we've also got Dom and Billiam, which are the Elvine equivalent. I might as well just copy one of these guys. We call this Howard. And what do they call him? Do they just call him warehouse keeper? I assume so, warehouse keeper, something like that. Yeah, I don't sleep, Sanjay. No, I do. I'll probably still go for another hour, maybe half an hour. So this is a Aries guy. It's a male, so it uses the male visuals. So do need a dialogue, but I'll do that in a sec. How does he look? Short black hair, I guess. No facial hair, clean shaven, and he's a white dude. Yeah, and a lot of this stuff can change. We could even have a female or a dark skinned warehouse keeper on Elvine. It doesn't really matter. We've got all sorts of different customization options to make these people look unique. Let's talk in more programming. Sorry, sir. That's all good. I think he's holding some sort of scroll, like a checklist. Like if he was in a warehouse, he'd have some checklist or an inventory on his scroll. Yeah, I mean, I mean, you saw some of the NPCs that are already in the game. They look too similar to human players. So if they have unique looks and unique items, they'd stand out a bit more. He hasn't got a robe, so I'll get rid of that. actually. Let's give him a tunic. Oh. I hope I was using the right player. Right NPC. Almost change the city hall officer. So let's create a new dialogue for a housekeeper. Start node. Option node, I guess. And then we got this problem where I've got to do it in here because I haven't implemented this yet. View warehouse, whatever, it can be changed. And then an action node, which will open dialog box warehouse. Hosu. The 5th time I've done that. I'm also going to remove it from McGaffin. Oh yeah, I need to remove it down here. Cool. Yeah, don't worry about that enlarged image. But thanks anyway. But yeah, go to bed if you need to. I'll be here regardless. But yeah, I'll stream a bit more during the week or weekend. So I want to build the 3D model of the warehouse. Then place that in the Elf City and the Ares City, and then that's a POI for the players to move to. Also need to build like houses and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do, and this is a bit fiddly the way I do this currently, I need a better way of doing it, but I'm going to place the NPCs on the map. Alright, cheers Sanjay. Tom and William are there. We also want to add Howard. Let's just add him a little bit away from Tom, just for testing purposes. And then rebuild the server, because the NPCs are loaded by the server. Oh, did I set the... No, I didn't. Warehouse guy. Okay, let's build it and see if it works. So he's going to be standing around Tom, who is the Ares blacksmith. Obviously, eventually he'll be going into his own building, the warehouse building. But I need to build that model. This will just finalize 2 out of 3 things I need to achieve with this system. So it's loaded. Oh, that beard annoys me. I'm going to have to come in as an Ares character. Where's this guy? I thought this was Tom, no? Oh, I know why. I haven't registered the guy. All NPCs are registered on the server and the client scenes. They have to be registered because they are objects that are loaded by Fishnet. They load on the server and then they transfer down to the client when they get in range. So just one step that I forgot. Let's get Howard in here. Howard. And Howard in here. There we go. Build a run. Do we need some music in here? I think we can get some music playing in the background. Royalty-free music. Oh, wrong scene. I've messed this beard right up now. It's like inside his lip. Shocking. Oh, yeah. So Howard is here. Why is he looking that way? That's better. They're both staring at me now. But his dialogue loads, right? In the warehouse. The warehouse loads. And I can transfer all my fish in there for safekeeping. I can then leave, and it should drop the warehouse. That's it. I should be able to log out. I should be able to log back in. And if I load the warehouse, my fish are there. Successful implementation. Yes, that works. I like that. That works really well. So the only other thing here, I'm not going to place him in the map yet because there's no point. I know that it works. Is to create another Howard. We'll call him Coward for now. Coward is the warehouse keeper for Elf. He uses the same dialogue. That's fine. But his cape is going to be Elvine. I won't worry about his equipment. Yep, so Howard and Coward. Dom, Tom, Billiam and William, and McGaffin. I think I probably need to put a poll in Discord about what names people want to see on these characters and who can fight over the original names. I was always Ares when I was playing international, so I've used the original names for Ares. I don't really mind. To be honest, those names don't come up. It might be that I change the dialogues later. I like the ones that come up at the bottom. It shows like the character's face and then some information about them, and then the options and the text and stuff. So it might be there that we have the names of the characters, not just warehouse keeper or city hall officer, etc. What do I work on now? Inventory's all good. Let me just check my list. You guys got any features you want to see? Really, it's just the 3D model now. Well, pagination. I don't really want to tackle that now because it'll take a bit of time to figure out. I mean, we could start the 3D model. Latest Kinger. Yeah, cool. Yeah, let me know what you come up with. And yeah, Scott. Could do. But we'll probably end up with someone like, I don't know. I was going to say McGaffin face, but that sort of doesn't work. But yeah, there'd be something that could happen. There's a lot of supporters of the project that could have names as well, but we'll see. The original names are really basic: Tom, William, Howard, Gail. They don't sound heroic. If I want to expand the lore of Hellbreath, they definitely need some heroic names. Even if it was just Sir Howard, Captain Howard, something like that. Alright. Warehouse. That is inside. This is a warehouse, so it's quite a simple model, I think. Relatively simple model. This entrance, I'm not sure if this entrance works in the original game. I think you had to stand here and it would take you in. But I think we can have both, just so people aren't blocking. Size-wise, it's not even as big as the blacksmith, to be honest. Maybe lengthwise. So here's the blacksmith. So I think these are 2x2. 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 So it's the same length as blacksmith space 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 length. But I think is a bit wider. It might even be the full width of this. Just 3, 6. Oh. What? Oh, it's a different object. 3, 6, 9. So this is 12 by 9. Seems bigger though. So 9 across 12. Maybe I go bigger. Warehouses should be big, right? And I think this is a place that the players will spend more of their time. Let's get the basic shell done and then I'll log off, I think. Okay. So did I say 12? 369. We'll go up to 12. And it's 9 by 12, so that will go up to 15. 9 by 15, I think. Right. So that is sort of the base. It's got raised base. Yeah, which should I raise it by 0.26? Kind of looks higher. I'm going to go 0.5. Right. Height-wise, if we're saying this is 15, this is 12, this is going to be about 8 before we hit the peak of the roof, I think. Maybe. I mean, it's rough for now, it's fine. Stop worrying. Right, that kind of looks the right size. Let's go into add a character. Actually, might be better the male just because of YouTube. Just to get an idea of scale, I think that's good. Maybe a bit lower. Seven. Yeah, I think 7's correct. Or maybe a bit lower. No, let's go 6. Yes, I have to be perfect about it. Yeah, 6 plus the 0.5 from the floor being raised a bit. Alright, so we have this doorway here, which... Oh, we have to consider also that we're dropping the front walls. So we need to make sure that these two are separate. And I prefix these with down, front wall. And this one at the back is going to be it's called back wall. So that when a player enters it, obviously that's going to drop down like that and only show the back walls. So we need to keep those meshes separate. Then for this one, we need to probably do a Boolean cut. So 12, 16. pretty big, isn't it, actually, this door? It's like you can fit 2 characters through. Oh, that's pretty good. I think that's good size. Just come over a bit. That'll do. Right, so we're going to get some horrible topology here. A latest Keiko. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Right, so we need to fix some topology here. So if that over here, here. Oh, I've got this horrible thing here. Let's dissolve that. So let's just dissolve that whole thing. We can fix it in a minute. We don't need any of these because we're making a big gap here. Fix the door frame, but we need to fix this horrible topology here. I'm just so not very good at this. Can I grab that? Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I really don't know. I'm just not an expert on topology. I just know that I need quads. Of course, I've got an odd one. I don't know if there's any experts watching this. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have the hole. That's good. We probably want to a couple of loop cuts here as well, so we can grab this one, drag that out. How far out does it come? About there, right? And then it comes downwards, but we do have a wall here. It comes out, solid wall. That is behind, isn't it? this extrudes out from the main side wall, and then the steps stop at the end of the extrusion. So I think we probably need to separate this whole wall, which is good because I didn't like these random loop cuts. So wall thickness, what did I do before? Well, I thought the walls had thickness, no? Oh, maybe it's the city hall. Oh, I didn't give my walls any thickness. I thought I did. Oh, these ones do. Oh, because they got a solidify modifier, 0.1 meter thickness. So the good thing about the solidify modifier is that it's non-destructible. It's way more than that though, isn't it? It's not that much. Something like that. And then it extrudes out a little bit by really not a lot actually. Seems like too much. 0.3 meters, maybe. 0.32. Wait, why does that look so wrong? Oh, 0.6. Another thing I noticed about this is that it actually goes down to the floor. Has a bit of Z fighting with the floor there, but I can fix that later. And then this comes out here. And then we have these steps, which I will probably just do as a ramp, to be honest. Yeah, it is more like a ramp. Basically stops there. We have a second door, which are just big square doors. They are about the same height, I think. $2 meters away, something like that. And then they're big old doors, 1.5 meters across, possibly, maybe more. 2 meters across. Hmm. And then it's at the height, same height. 0.25. These solidify these. 1, 1. So this is another ramp, isn't it? Looks like it ends a bit higher, actually. Or is that just the bar? Yeah, not sure. I'll just do it the same height. Okay, and then we have this big hole in the side of the warehouse, and it looks like the back wall has the same design as the front wall. Yeah. So I'm going to delete this back wall. Put another one of these back there. Now the roof is pretty tall. Maybe we should start with this one. Work up from there. So these have got to go. I'm a bit confused by. Oh, it doesn't matter. Wherever. Big old hole. It's about the same size. So this doesn't appear on the inside. When you're inside the warehouse, you don't actually see this. Pretty sure it's a door. bricks. There we go. Yeah, you don't actually see that door inside, or you don't see that opening inside. It's a big door. The graphics for those for the Christmas lights and stuff is shocking. I don't know. I feel like the door should be just closed. I mean, I could still have the stuff outside and just have the door closed, I guess. But that door is big. It's bigger than this door. Makes me think that the length of the warehouse needs to be bigger. What length are we at the moment? 9, 13, 15. I mean, we could fit more people. Go up to 18. Oh, so that'd be 12, right? Feels like it's too long now. Again, maybe we make it wider and deeper, and then we can get more people in. I think it makes sense. So I went 3 back, 3 wide. The full length for this. 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Yeah, I think we have to take some liberties here because this is where players hang out the most, and I think having enough space for all the players is important. Four. Yeah, I like that. I like that size. It's slightly bigger on the exterior, but on the interior, it feels a lot better. Don't need that. And then I think we can just make this smaller and then hollow this out for the bigger door. Although I don't really understand because the door's wider but same height. 4, 4.5. With this one, maybe I need to make this one smaller and then keep this one hollowed out as 4.5 wide. I think that works. Yeah, I think that's fine. Separate that. We call this roof. And the front roof is going to come down. Actually, both of them. Actually, we'll just, yeah, the whole roof will just come down when the player walks in. So actually, we can mirror this. We can't because the sizing's off. Because it's all moved now. Or whatever. I'll just do it this way. And let me show you, Scott. Texturing is easy. I pay for this product, by the way. So it is a proper commercial product that's used in like professional settings. But it makes my models look brilliant. Bearing in mind, like the base model is really basic, and it works a bit like sorry, it works a bit like Photoshop. So you can set up all of your layers, and you can layer textures, you can layer grunge maps. Like for example, if I wanted to, here's the post, yeah, and I've got a layer called moss. I decided against using it, but I can layer moss on here, which is like a randomly generated moss texture that goes onto it. You can see there that it does it all for you. And the actual mask builder allows me to change the level of the mask, contrast, invert it, use triplanar, which is really handy for models that haven't got quite good topology. Yeah, so you can manage layers of textures to get a nice effect, and there's all built-in stuff as well. So maybe I wanted to make the post out of metal instead. I could do something like iron, maybe iron old, maybe looking like old iron. And you see that it textures it for you, and then I could layer on top rust or dust or something. One thing that might be good is edge wear. So you can add some edge wear to this because it looks too clean around the edges. You'd expect there to be damage on the edges. So I think one of these has edge wear built in. Yeah, but yeah, there's different ways to to use this tool. This looks too clean. These look too clean. They look like they just come out the wash. You'd expect it to have dirt and dust and maybe some wear on the edges, but some like white highlighting, and that can all be done using masking and filters. But you can paint on top of them as well if you want to hand paint it. I'm just not very good at art, to be honest. So if I load, what did it? Oh yeah, I had blacksmith open. If I open the blacksmith, you can see how I've layered it. So the blacksmith and any building really is a bit more complicated, where it has quite a few different textures. So I have to go through them all and paint the textures on top. Let's go with like the roof, for example. This is a very simple roof. I found a like a shingle roof texture that I found in the assets here, built into the tool, and just applied it. Now it looks too clean. This definitely should have other stuff on it: leaves, dirt, dust, wear, tear. I also might want to add a bit more geometry, so I can have like some of them hanging off and things, make it look a bit nicer. I've got the forge here, which I have actually applied a bit of dirt, as you can see. It doesn't look perfect, but I just applied dirt around this area, so it looks like something's been cooked in there. It's just like you just have to think about what it would look like in real life if this was a used blacksmith area. There should definitely, I have got a bit of edge wear here that I've added. You can see like little white marks. It definitely should be dirtier. It definitely should have more to it. I need to work on a lot of things. The other thing as well that Substance Painter does really well is making mesh maps. So in game engine terms, you have something called PBR materials, physically based rendering, I think that stands for, and that includes various different maps. One of them is a normal map, and the normal map is the one that has a lot of detail on it. Take the roof, for example. From a distance, it looks like there is different heights to different areas, like where each shingle tile is raised. It's not actual geometry. If I remove that, it's just a flat 3D model. And this is generating a normal map so that the light bounces off the model in a way that it looks like there is geometry there. So normal maps are very important. You've got metallic maps as well, the amount of light that gets reflected off of them, so you can make things look shiny. I've got no shiny things. Maybe I want to make these handles shiny. I could do that. So this one, I'm gonna add some. See that? Add some shine to it by reducing the roughness. So these get exported as maps, as single PNG maps that then get imported into the game, and then Unity, as the game engine, knows how to render those based on the lighting in your scene and other factors like that. There's a lot to it. I am no expert. I know how to make things work in the engine. I don't know how to get the best out of it. My game doesn't look. It's not A-star quality. I think it looks good, but it doesn't. It could be better. And things like adding grunge, like the side of the wall. Take the wall for example. This is a good one. Where would you expect there to be, grunge? It'd be from the bottom going upwards. So you'd have some sort of overlay on that wall where it's dirty at the bottom and then it sort of fades off on the way up. You might have like drip marks or something if you had a roof leak. So it's adding that detail and layering them on top of what I've currently got will make it look better. So the doors already have a bit of that because they're actually getting that from one of the other one of the maps called ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion is like when one object is occluding another object, you'd expect it to cast a shadow. That would be in like the corner of a room or the base of the floor. And this tool will create that for you. It would fire rays at the model and approximate where that should occur. So it's very clever. And you can see if I go into ambient occlusion mode, you can see where the light is more likely to hit rather than not likely to hit. And you can change the way those rays bounce and stuff as well to get a better idea. It's probably best on the internal where you can see it. So you can see near the floor and in the corners it's darker because not as many light rays bounce in those areas. And so even though you've got the same texture all the way around, you'll expect there to be darker corners. So when I show my tile lighting, it's not that obvious, but it is darker in that corner. And I can play with that as well. I can increase the ambient occlusion. If I want if I want the game to be a bit more dark and dingy, I can ramp up the ambient occlusion so that it's darker in the game as well, because the game engine is going to render the AO map based on the lighting and stuff. So yeah, there's loads to learn about this sort of stuff, and like I say, I'm no expert. I've actually got a bit of a problem with the map here. Look, it hasn't worked properly. And then when you get issues like that, you just think, I'll deal with that later. You can hardly see it in game anyway. Okay, so doors need to go on. What else do we have? I think I'm going to wrap it up in a minute just to get an idea. You can see we can start adding detail later, but we have this. Oh, actually, I don't think that's an inner wall, is it? It's just a door. Seems to be hung slightly in of the wall. I feel like all of the buildings, the walls should be thicker, like really thick. Because there is thickness on these walls, you just can't see it. I think they should be thicker. It's alright from the outside, but you can see there's actually a combination of lighting stuff going on here. We've got the directional light that's pointing basically in my direction. We've then got the baked lighting, which is applying ambient occlusion to the side that's getting less light. Then you have the actual ambient occlusion on the model itself, which adds more detail and more lighting differences in areas like behind here. The same for City Hall. I think the wall should be thicker. They don't look like sturdy walls. Bearing in mind, in the Crusade, part of the Crusade, because you've not played Helrift, but part of the Crusade is where you have this grand magic generator sitting in the city, and it fires off strikes on the enemy city. and you have to build these mining machines to mine crystals in the middle land, which is a contested area, to feed the GMG, the Grand Magic Generator. Once you've fed it enough, it then attacks all the buildings. And I feel like during the Crusade, if the buildings got hit by a meteor, it would just fold like a piece of paper because the walls are so thin. You actually see the AO here. This ambient occlusion is being caused by a baked area light that sits high up, like the kind of lights you get in an office. But I obviously haven't put it high enough because it's showing a bit of shadow up here. And we've got a bit of weird AO going on in the corner here. Again, it's all stuff that can be tweaked. This isn't finished. In the original sprites, they had a lot of windows on these towers. So, yeah, some stuff to do there. And the cities need a lot of detail. It just looks so boring compared to the Traveller's Zone, which, because there's grass, there's flowers, there's trees, there's different types of paths, there's other objects around. It just looks a lot more detailed. Yeah, I think I'm going to finish it there. Save this. This warehouse. And continue working on it tomorrow during the day. Wish required. I think I made some good progress today with the warehouse. The 2 out of 3 items completed, which was to create the NPC with its dialogue and do the actual warehouse programming, making sure it works to server and client. I honestly don't think there's too much else to do here. Maybe add an item count, 0 out of 500 or something. But I do need to add pagination, because loading 500 items at a time is going to be a bit of a performance hit. So it needs to load. So this is 8, 16, 24, 32. 32 items at a time, and as you scroll down it starts loading more items. That would be way more performant. And maybe something that needs to be on the inventory as well is the ability to sort as well. Sorting the items. Searching by item, especially if there's 500, you want to be able to filter. Should be able to do that as well. But yeah, something to think about, and I'll add it to my list to do. But tomorrow during the day I'll probably continue on the model and get it textured, get it in the game, place it in the 2 cities, put the NPCs in those areas, make sure that safe zones are working within those buildings, making sure that enemy players can't enter those buildings, making sure that the walls drop accordingly. Yeah, we'll end it here. Cheers for watching, guys, and I'll see you another time.